You didn't give me a price. It's just her and her nude. I'm guessing 120 like last time. Yep. Yep.
I'm Noah. Yes.
Yes. Assured me that.
All right.
What are we lucky if we can?
Democracy safe with the lives of our heroes, protecting freedom from tyranny with the gentle touch of an
There you go.
iron fist.
I paid you.
But liberty's enemies march ever closer. Together, we must take back control of freedom.
Together for managed democracy.
Together for victory.
Together for liberty.
Together for liberty.
Together, they fight for freedom. Will you?
police car.
AP is now naming a suspect in this case. They're saying it was 57-year-old Vance
Could have been old photo.
Bolter.
Good
And
point,
again,
yeah.
that is coming from the AP, relying on their sources. And NBC and the AP are two sources that we usually feel comfortable sharing what they're reporting as vetted to a level that is accurate.
And to be transparent, typically we do not name suspects, and there's a reason for that. It's because they have not yet been charged in a court of law, which shows evidence behind what they may or may not have done. In this case, sometimes you do name a suspect if there is an active emergency and that person is potentially dangerous. We don't know if that person is the exact person, but the Associated Press is naming that 57-year-old as the suspect. And so
they know it's him. They know it's him. What are the odds that this person came to two people's houses and they weren't able to recover the Ring camera footage and not immediately identify him? What are the odds that two lawmakers, two people who are in the upper class of society, what are the odds that they didn't have any cameras at their house or anything like that? Oh, that's right. I know what the odds are of that. Zero. The odds of that are zero.
About her
they've
reference
already
sheet.
looked at the footage. They've already identified the person. They know this happened.
Let me get to it.
Really? I mean, it's not even a question.
The first artist did do something
True
wrong.
that, and also,
you
by
see
the
how
way,
the dress is connected at her
everybody else
lower
has ring
calves?
cams
It's not supposed to be. You see how it wraps around her calves at the bottom, below her thigh? It's not supposed to. It's supposed to be one solid mass. Kind of like how the second picture is. Basically, it's kind of like a low-hanging loincloth with gold at the bottom to weigh it down. Yeah, it's kind of like a loincloth hanging down. So she looks bigger? Yep. Okay. Why is that? It's just gonna be there like plonk. Like the Pepe meme where you see the shadow. That's a massive penis. What is that? Huh? She is very confident, very large and in charge. She is a demigod, and if you mess with her, you're going to die. You could have her doing a Moses pose if you want, where her arms are out to the side. Here are two potentials that'll work for you. Poses. Except in the second one, the silhouette one, she'd have her staff down on one side. Why? Fair enough. Then why not the first one? I said, then why not that one? Except she's looking forward. Fair enough. Have fun with what? Yep, one sec. I'm back now. She seems a bit petite for her size in the pose. Oh no, she's large and in charge and she will show off her size. Ah. She weighs well over 1,000 pounds. She weighs about 454 kilograms. It's Aztec. If you're gonna look up Aztec priestess, like you're getting this.
Work together to protect your future. Dispense peace with the ultimate weaponry. Join the Helldivers, the galaxy's last line of offense. Pre-order now.
Offense. Yeah, very well phrased. The last line of offense. I like it.
The
If you want to go for a more Aztec look, like the ones I sent, let's do that. Check your DMs. Except she'd wear actual gold with leather. I just heard it ping. They pretty much wore nothing. They wore loincloths and covering the sensitive bits. That's about it. But in, no, but it's basically just chest coverings with chains. Yep. Try to go more Aztec with it then. Loincloth. We could, but I doubt she'd be topless. There is a nude version for a reason. Something like that, yeah. In her case, it would be gold. No, as in like the shoulder piece. It's like a shoulder piece going down to her chest in a V, gold. Yeah, hers is more druidic in nature rather than sacrificing everybody. They have what? Talon? You can you can add talons if you want. Oh no, she primarily uses gold and leather. Huh? Okay, that works. Okay, that works. The mantle would show side boob for sure. Okay. Yep, that's why she's green, gold, has ruby. Her thighs will be mostly exposed. It's just a belt and a loincloth hanging down. Yep. Yep. Long braids. It of course has one or two. It does. It has like one or two long ones hanging down. Yeah, the bang. It has like one or two rolls hanging down. It's like it's like another braid hanging down from the front. Like, you know how some of them have that one long bang? Yeah, it doesn't have, it only has like one bang, like one braid coming forward from the forehead. Uh, she has the braid things. Yes. Like all her hair is sort of braided. It's like all braids. It has one long braid going down her forehead, but that's fine. Kind of sticking out a bit, but that actually looks a lot better. Okay. It does. Yep. Oh, we all know she is ripped as hell. Her her loincloth would kind of hang a bit lower, but you're going with short. That's fine. Okay. I'd go for wristbands. Bracers, like up to her forearm. Hers would be gold. That's fine as long as it's gold. It's a Mishu.
Hey. Hi.
Hey.
Yes.
Yes. Me likey. Me likey.
In case you didn't hear.
You said something about the gold color. No, Aztecs were a huge thing of gold. That's partially why the Spanish smoked them out so bad. Yeah, I'm talking about actual gold. This character does. It's green and gold. She's a druid. No, we're gonna go with gold here. Golden green. I know. That's what I'm saying. Golden green is the color we're going for here. That's fine. I have a question. Do you think the upper boob should be exposed? Basically, the mantle's just covering her shoulders and wrapping around the chest? Okay. And not the upper? Okay. Yeah, that would look good. Yep. Yep. You can make it look more awesome if you want. No, she has an actual crown like a queen. To be fair, that could work. As long as it has a diamond, sapphire, ruby, and emerald in it, and floating spheres of the same type. Yep. Why not have 4 feathers for each of the elements? No, you know how you're doing the feathers in the back? Have it be 4 feathers, each of the colors, and have their sphere floating above them. No, you see how you're drawing the crown, right? You know how there are feathers in the back, right? You know how the you know how you're drawing the feathers, right? Okay, 4 feathers, 4 gemstones. Have each of them be that color with the gemstone floating above them. No, it's 4. It is ruby, diamond, emerald, and sapphire. The person didn't draw the fourth. Yeah, they have been neglecting to draw the fourth, and it's annoying. They keep missing the white, which is diamond, and air. Essentially, it's essentially all four. She's nature. She's all four combined into one. Why not make the feathers the elements? No, it's like, you see how you have the feathers drawn? Have a red feather, a blue feather, a green feather, and a white feather. And then have, huh? Fair enough. Yeah, but she has to have the orbs floating above her head. You'd have to give all four equidistance, all four the same size. They're not. Otherwise, a bigger one makes it look like that's her element. That's why I said I think the feathers could be a better representation of it. Fair enough. Yep. Yep. She doesn't do human sacrifice. Now, she probably will if you're a war enemy. Yeah, she would do that to a war enemy, but not her own people. No, they did it to their own people too. Don't know. She's like a 12-foot tall woman. I'm pretty sure everything about her is big. I can't tell. Anybody else able to tell?
What was the question?
Is her hand too big?
Uh, I think it seems about right.
Yeah, I'd say shrink the hand a little bit. It looks good. Yep, that looks good. No, she would just have the calf stuff. You know, like the feathers and the calves, the basically calf bracers. Like at her calves, like above her ankle, much like how you have it at her forearm. Yes, that is right. No. No, that is a thigh. It's like a sun. The Aztecs were huge on sun worship. Oh, no, it's more like an orrery. Essentially, okay. Did that explanation help? Okay. Okay. No complaint. Talking about what? Okay. We c- let's see what an Aztec staff looks like. No, I found some statues. The one on the right seems like a better idea. Not early, but this is fine. Don't don't worry about it. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Yep. Yep.
as well. Like, I didn't realize, so this is going to sound bad. I'll just say it. Who cares? I didn't realize how popular Ring cameras were until, do you remember whenever Miz and Mitch got in a fight? And then Mitch put out the footage? Bro, everybody has one of these fucking cameras now. They had like 2 different angles of this. And I was like, what the fuck? Just like, it's that popular? Yeah, true. Yeah, that's actually what really got me to think that, because I was like, yeah, who uses these? Right? I mean, unless you're like, I don't know, you have like a really expensive house or something like that. But get one? Well, I'm just saying in general, that's obviously like if you're a senator or a person like that, I definitely would have, of course. Probably ID'd him from his vehicle. And then that's also another good point, right? Is that there's a good chance that he had the vehicle and he was using his license plates. And so they were able to ID him that way as well. Because, like, somebody in that area would have had a Ring camera, and obviously the lawmakers could very clearly subpoena that and find that out themselves immediately. So it could have been stolen. You're right. It could have been stolen. But anyway, I just wanted to make sure that that's the reason why I feel like the certainty that they have with this is very legitimate.
Comfortable saying that name as this possibility, but we just want to be super transparent with you as to why we do, and sometimes we do not, name persons of interest,
She on her phone.
perhaps suspects in shootings, until we know through multiple confirmations who that person is. The Associated Press has these standards as well. We trust that, and that's what we're going with right now.
Right, and we know this is a name that has been, I'm on my phone trying to see if
Explaining
any
it.
officials have commented on this yet on social media. We know
We
that
both
this
know
name,
her skin is a
Vance
lot darker than
Bolter,
that.
has been circulating online as other people have been, including the New York Post. That's where I first saw a tweet that said,
Yeah, sure.
this is the suspect. But
You're just
again, we
gonna change the
don't normally go with New York Post reporting. We will rely on AP's
Holy fuck.
Bolter. We are working on getting an image of him to
Okay.
share with you on the screen. But again, officers describe the suspect as a white man with dark hair. He was wearing tactical gear.
Okay, very good. Sorry, I'm not talking to you. I was
Nope,
talking to the
go ahead.
producer live on the air. I apologize. I didn't mean to
Fair enough. Yeah, but if you look at the first image I sent, that's the skin color of an Aztec. Kind of red, yeah. They were called Redskins for a reason. Here's a good way to go about it. That's their skin color, roughly. Okay, that works then. Yeah, it's good. Go for it. Okay. Yep, that does look good. Her colors are green and gold mostly, but we can work with this. Yep. 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 Feel free to, because the Aztecs had a whole rainbow thing going for them, Quetzalcoatl and all that. Any reason why? That's fair. Okay, go with red primary and green secondary, lesser green. Yep. Okay. But yeah, if you look at the Aztec drawing, it was a lot of green, blue, and red, and white. Okay. Yep. All right. Also, you need to add the gold bands below the things on her calves. You know, you have the gold bands up to her forearms. The green stuff at the bottom should have gold bands down to the top of her foot. Yes. You you see how you did her forearm, right? How you put the gold bands? Yes, and then run it up to what's on her knees. As in make calf cups. Yeah, it feels like it's a bit bare without, like, compare it with them and without them. You'll see. Oh, there's an idea. Why not do feathered bands at her elbows and do the gold rings at her wrists? You, you, you see how you put the gold at her ankles? Okay, so put gold at her wrists and at her elbows do the feather thing like you have on her knees. On her arms! Yeah, so that way her arm is bare like her leg. So there's some symmetry. Yes. So remove that gold between that and the end of it. Yes, just a gold band rather than a bracelet. I'd say remove it for symmetry's sake. No, keep it at her wrist. Yes, keep it there, and then expose the rest of her hand. Her forearm, I mean. Okay, so I don't know what's being lost in translation here. Draw a circle around the things on her knees, you know, that you drew with the feathers. On her knees, calves. Let's say draw a circle there. You move it down. Okay, you see those things? Yes. Okay, okay, so you see those things there that you just circled. Right below, right? Yes. Put put Now listen. That stuff you have on her knees, put that on her elbows too, and then yes, so that way you can remove the golden bracer and just have a golden band like she has on her ankles. That is true. She's a priestess. It's more ceremonial garb. Yeah. More ceremonial, less war. You could go with a darker green if you like. Oh, okay. Aztecs really liked colors. Dude, they're you're gonna make the hair darker? Oh, okay. Yeah. I did ask for Aztec, but we got some craziness, so. Yeah, let's try to. You think blue would work better? Yeah, that looks better. It feels like what?
But
It feels like booty? What's booty? You have to write this out for me. Oh, robot. Okay. Okay. What's up? There you go. She looks good. Yep. Okay.
Break time.
Nah, I'm just going to punch it. I'm just going to point at GG and go, haha, how are you?
For a moment there, I thought you were going to say punch him.
No! That's
I'm
only
not
if we
fit
play
for combat.
Helldivers. Oh, and in other news, since going on my diet and working out regularly, I am now down 27 pounds.
Nice.
I went from 289 to 262
That's good.
in about a month.
Well,
I'm
okay,
shedding
so what are
almost a
you
pound
doing?
a day. Oh, keto.
Oh,
By the way, get a men's multivitamin if you're going to do that. Everybody was like, oh, you're going to get keto flu. So I was looking up what caused it, right? It's like it's a
Yeah.
lack of all the nutrition of the other stuff you're going to have, right?
Hmm.
So I just grabbed the men's 50 plus multivitamin, started taking that every other day.
Well, it's good that you're taking care of yourself.
Yep. Since dropping the weight, I went from 20 push-ups a day to 30 push-ups a day and 50 curls each arm of a 10-pound weight. So that's not too bad.
Hmm.
Functionally, 50 curls in each arm is 500 pounds of motion. So that's pretty nice.
Hmm.
And the recovery time is friggin' insane. Like, before I used to be sore for days. Now I'm just sore for the day that I work out, and then I wake up, I'm fine the next day and can work out without any rest. No rest days.
It's all coming together.
I know, it's crazy. And if I can get back down to 220, I'll be doing 50 push-ups a night again like I used to be able to. My goal is around 200 to 220.
Well, that's a good goal.
I can't wait to be able to speed run 50 push-ups in about a minute, about 2 minutes. I used to do them in like 2 to 3 minutes back whenever I was in better shape.
Yeah, better shape. Going
So
back
what do you
to...
think about...
No, you go.
What do you think about the lady he's drawing?
I like it. It's very nice. So it's an elemental goddess all put together?
She's a nature deity.
Hmm.
All 4 elements into one, nature. Yeah, fair enough.
Oh yeah, did you ever find a new group for playing D&D or Pathfinder or whichever?
You're looking for one, you said?
No, I was saying, did you ever find a new group?
Oh no, I was never looking for a new group.
Oh. I thought you were having trouble with...
That was a long time back, I think.
Yeah, beginning
But
of this
no,
year.
my Tuesday games are where I'm playing this lady.
Hmm.
She's a demigoddess. She's also 12 feet tall. 12'9" to be exact.
Hmm.
Which should probably terrify most people.
Would.
I could just see them looking up. Daddy, I want to go on that ride. We all do, son. The problem is the penis. But yeah, Gigi, you want to see her special abilities?
Yeah, sure. Go for it.
I was talking to Gigi, but yeah, there's her skills, Gigi. Gigi, those are her skills. I pinned them to him.
And I'm reading them right now. Hmm. We'll see. That's cool.
What's cool?
Oh, just you got done reading all that.
Yeah, yeah, her abilities are strong.
Yeah.
Can I see it too?
Cool.
You're asking me, shit?
Yeah. Ask, can I see it?
As her abilities, yeah.
Yeah. Roblox. Roblox. Box. Yeah, I'm playing Roblox, boxing people. Yeah, I got my refund. I'll just wait like beyond.
Did the guy win his refund?
Almost.
What'd you say, Mishu? Did
Hang on. Give me a bit. I'm gonna stick my PayPal real quick. Okay. So gullible. Swear to God.
Huh?
Oh, I'm just fighting a person right now in the game. Bro, I don't know why this print is this mad. It's crazy.
Yeah, just keep destroying him. Don't worry, we'll find out. I was too busy watching boxing. Yeah. Well, that's because Mishu is streaming Roblox boxing.
Now I can't even M1. I broke his girl.
Oh, I thought you asked what I was showing Gigi earlier. You can stream the not safe for work on Picardo, but not Kick or YouTube. Okay. Okay.
Christ, he is this mad. I didn't let go of block? What?
So can I give up?
No, he still wants to go for it.
Hmm.
I don't know what to tell him, to be honest. Oh, of course he's using that.
No bracers, just a gold band at her wrist and feather-like things like she has at her knees. Arms match the legs. Yep. I don't think that's fur, that's feathers, remember? Just so you know, if you want to remove the fur on her hips, you can. To leave her with just the belt and loincloth. Fair enough.
This guy is so embarrassing. He's like, let me get bald real quick. Bro is getting bald. This is crazy. Yeah, that's true. I was just gonna cook this guy again and again.
I'm back. No, my scale is messed up, so.
Yeah, all right. Wrap it up, Karen.
No, go ahead.
We just want to go. Are we going out to Morgan? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me. Sammy Salino. We'll go back out to Sammy right now. Check in with her. Sammy, what do you know?
Well, first of all, I just want to show you what's behind me. This is the scene of Representative Melissa Hortman's home. Investigators, they are still here. You see the flashing lights, and we have seen folks just kind of go in and out of that area all day.
That's a really
nice details. There are a few details of what happened early this morning after that suspect shot Hoffman and his wife, then came here to Brooklyn Park. Around 3:30, Brooklyn Park came to just check up on their lawmaker due diligence, and that is when they found a police vehicle that appears to, at least a car that appeared to be a police vehicle, and they found a man wearing what looked like police gear in the doorway. Shots were exchanged, starting with that suspect. He got away, and police, they are still looking for him now. We do know police, they are still actively searching this area. We have seen...
I'm actually surprised they haven't found him. Like, it's really surprising. I would have assumed, especially with, and the guy also, he's 57 years old. So it's not like this is going to be a Rambo First Blood situation either.
Very quiet neighborhood this morning,
this
afternoon. And Mitchell, if you want to go ahead and let's take that camera off the tripod so we can just kind of show you a little bit about how quiet everything looks like right now. So apart from the occasional person maybe letting their dog out, something like that, folks are staying inside most of the time. Front doors, you can see that there's some...
look at these houses. These are really nice houses. They definitely all have cameras. Let me see if I can even check.
Drawn law enforcement. They are still in the area.
They definitely have cameras here.
There is still a very, very active door knocking situation. Police are asking people to only open their doors if it's officers in pairs of 2. That's very important. They do not want people to open.
Honestly, that's a really smart police department. That's really smart for them to say that. Yeah, everybody, the thing is, I gotta say this, right, is everybody always shits on the police. I don't. I'm a huge supporter of the police. That's one of the reasons why I support police accountability. I like body cams and stuff, right? It's so, the good guys don't get lumped in with the assholes. But, yeah, that's really smart for them to do that.
Open their doors if there is just
sense, not
one
smart.
Officer, as they are still
we got a
on
low
the
bar
lookout
nowadays.
for that suspect. That's very important to note. If you have any uneasiness at all, you can call 911. There's certainly heavy law enforcement in the area. We also know that there are officers that have been going through this area in tactical gear as well. So they have vests, they have heavy guns, and it looks as though they're preparing to potentially just, if there is a situation where they need that, they are ready. Again, this neighborhood, for the most part, is pretty quiet. They are letting residents in and out of the area. I did spoke with one woman here. She didn't want to be on camera, but she said she woke up to lights and sirens. There were a lot of them.
Wow.
Again, around 3:30 this morning, she says there was an officer.
Oh, so he did this in the middle of the fucking night? Is that right? I thought this literally just happened.
Setting up a drone in the area.
2 a.m.
He says, of course,
holy
that's
shit, I didn't know that.
That was in the home that officers talked about, that they sent in that drone.
Well, now at least it makes a lot more sense how we got away. I was approaching this all from the perspective that this was happening, immediately.
Into Melissa Hortman's house, so that way they could clear that house and know that it's safe. So this is just a developing scene here. Again, the
do you think it's some kind of cover-up?
Stay put order, shelter in place order is still in effect. So that's why we have such a quiet neighborhood right now.
All right, Sammy, thank you so much for your reporting. We appreciate it. We'll check back. We have also been going live to various scenes around the Twin Cities where those No Kings protests were going on today, the rallies that were anticipated.
Why do they think Trump is a king? Because didn't Trump get like 1 million of his executive orders the first time blocked like so many times? And I don't know why they even think he's a king. Because the parade? I mean, you're right that the optics on Trump just happening to have his, are we going to have a military parade every day on Trump's birthday? Well, and this is the problem, is that it's Flag Day, right? So is it Flag Day or is it Trump's birthday that we're having the military parade? And if you're at those protests, you probably think that Trump wants to throw this entire. I guarantee you that there's so many people at those protests that are like, Trump is throwing this military parade to celebrate his own birthday. I think that's what it is.
And planned that were supposed to go from 11 until 2, and they were anti-Trump rallies that were scheduled, and they were expecting about 10,000 people. We received from the State Patrol about 2 hours ago a picture of a bunch of papers that were found in the shooter's car. And it was
and so this is again confirmed again and again. So it actually is from the shooter. It's not some
dozens of sheets of paper. There it is, with No Kings written on it. So they called a press conference and said, please cancel the No Kings rallies. Now, that obviously did not happen.
I think it's unfair to cancel the entire rally because of one lone retard. That's unfair. I think if you want to have a rally and, the right to assemble, I think is very important, shall not be infringed. Just assemble on the sidewalk and not the middle of the street. Just assemble and don't disassemble. The moment that the assemblers turn into disassemblers, then I think that you need the police. It's pretty simple. I don't know why it gets so complicated for some people. 100% the dude is dead. Evidence is planted. He's going to be got. Cover up. I don't know, maybe.
Hundreds of people out protesting in St. Paul right now for the No Kings rally. We are watching that and have live shots there. Right now, we're going to switch back over to coverage on NBC, and we'll be back to the stream momentarily.
3, 2, 1.
Now, breaking news from KARE 11.
What is this?
Good afternoon. We are briefly interrupting the U.S. Open with brand new information on the horrific events that unfolded here in Minnesota today. The AP is now reporting new information on the suspect in a targeted shooting of 2 state lawmakers and their spouses overnight.
Yeah, Julie, in the last 30 minutes, the Associated Press is reporting the suspect police are looking for is 57-year-old.
Yeah, this is just the same guy. This is the same idiot. And so, I guess we're going to have to wait and see what happens.
2 Minnesota state lawmakers were shot in their homes overnight. Democratic Minnesota State Rep Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark Hortman were killed in what officials say was a targeted assassination. Another state lawmaker and his spouse were injured in the attack. The suspect escaped after an exchange in gunfire with police.
Wait, so the police tried to shoot him and they didn't even get this guy? Holy shit, I didn't even know that.
An active manhunt for the shooter at this hour. Welcome to Fox News Live on a busy news day. I'm Mike Emanuel in Washington. For a reaction to the deadly shooting in Minnesota, let's bring in former FBI Special Agent Ren McEachern and former federal prosecutor Jonathan Fahey here in our Washington studio. So, Ren, what we're hearing from authorities is the suspect dressed up as law enforcement, had a uniform, had evidently a badge, had even a vehicle that looked like a police vehicle. Targeted assassination of elected leaders in Minnesota. What's your reaction to that? Where does your mind go?
Yeah, this is really worst case scenario in my book, because when you think of a police officer in uniform, that's the person you can trust almost every time. And to think that they're using that level of trust to take advantage and really commit this assassination essentially is very complex. And now for the law enforcement involved, not knowing who this person is, this whole area is going to be flooded with law enforcement. They may not know each other, right? They don't know different departments, different federal agents
Was it
coming
like Among
in.
Us?
And there's going to be a big problem with identification.
Yeah.
And then there's going to be a bigger problem with the perimeter that has to be set up.
I could see us being a more localized incident where there were words or statements that were made that were slight jabs at each other. I don't think that's. I honestly don't think this is a incident. It's an isolated incident. I think right now it is, but I think it's going to continue happening more and more. Right? It's not like it's just. It's just going to keep. It's not like this is going to be the only time this happens. Basically,
there are so many complexities of this crime, but this is horrific, and this is really going to be a trust issue going forward. One of the things that I thought was really important on the press conference where the police chief said is that when they're approached, like someone's approached by a police officer, they'll be in twos. So that's really important that people need to realize this. But it also is about knowing your neighbors, right? Neighbors should be calling each other, right? Saying, hey, is everybody okay? The other part of the story is, where is this guy? Is there a barricaded situation now? That further complicates this, right? And then they have to figure out who they are. So they're going to do a house-to-house search, and now they know this guy's obviously ready. He's armed and dangerous, clearly.
I mean, if the guy is armed and like he did this and he worked in security and he had a vest on and everything, yeah, I think that does definitely change things for sure. Look him up on his website. I don't know if I want to. I don't know what would be classified as like reading the manifesto, right? So I don't want to get in trouble.
So many complications.
It sounds stupid, but like I'm just trying to play it safe, right?
Case, right? It sounds like we have a vehicle.
I try to be a good boy.
I'm sure we have now. It looks like some of the survivors could be eyewitnesses to this. You're gonna have ballistic evidence. We know there's gonna be DNA evidence, fingerprints likely within the vehicle.
Yeah, of
all
course.
the surveillance cameras. But right now, it's about flooding.
He was the director of a security corporation.
All of the resources in. Thankfully, we know that Attorney General Bondi's already chimed in and said they're on top of this. I know the FBI and Kash Patel's groups are already sending massive resources. We know the administration and President Trump also chimed in. So they're going to get excellent resources. But right now, it's about safety going forward for the community.
Yeah,
so Ren, it sounds like this guy had a manifesto, that there were a list of people that he was targeting. So obviously, you'd expect stepped up security at their homes. And what about the idea of combing a perimeter, a fairly probably decent sized perimeter?
It's hard to do.
It's incredibly problematic. And one of the things, I grew up in Boston, Massachusetts, and with the Boston bombings and the Snarf brothers.
I want to break, forgive me this, there's a news update. Let's go live to the news conference
in
Minnesota.
Are all of the people on the list, have they all been notified, and do they have law enforcement present?
Again, that is part of the investigation right now, so I'm not going to answer those.
Can you give us an idea of how many people are on the list?
So, well, I'm sorry, as I mentioned, we're getting into investigatory information. I'll leave that to Superintendent Evans.
Yeah, and good afternoon again, everyone, or good morning at Drew Evans, Superintendent of the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension.
Superintendent, can we have it quiet out there so everybody can hear? Thank you.
What I wanted to note, though, is part of this, the references, the individual that is a person of interest that we've talked about, or individuals, are not in custody at this time. And so the reference materials that were inside of the vehicle that we saw, we have no understanding that any of the No Kings events would be targeted, but we also
it's the most toxic person I have
of interest to the public that these would be in there, and we want to alert everybody until we do that. Because this is such an active investigation with information not knowing right now, we feel it's an obligation to all of you and the public across the state of Minnesota to alert you of it, and that's why the Colonel made the notation of recommending people don't go today. But the individuals are not in custody yet, and so we want to make sure as that very active manhunt is underway and continues, that we make sure that we're sharing that, and that's part of why we're making the recommendation. As to that investigation and the list, we are working through that now and talking to individuals, and we'll continue to. What I would say with the list is there's a large number of people. That's all I can say about it. We will work through all of that, what the motivations of this are, and we'll provide that as you can.
That's scary, bro. Like, if you got a whole list of people and they still haven't even found them, oh my God.
This is really a public safety announcement for everybody, so we can make sure people are informed and make safe decisions throughout the day.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Follow up.
So what specifically about the No Kings? Yeah, I heard that too.
Okay.
What was the question?
I was just going to say, we got an email from organizers saying the event is still on.
Luigi on steroids? Yeah, I mean, this guy seems like a more effective Luigi. And I think this is, again, it's going to just keep getting worse. And until we can have an honest conversation about the rising temperature of rhetoric, this will just keep getting worse. Because the problem is that 10,000 people can see a tweet that says go out and kill people that you disagree with, and they can say that's crazy. But when one person sees that tweet and they're like, hey, you know what? That's the problem.
Great question. So we're not the organizers. We're in contact with
Reddit people are to blame for this? I think that there's probably there's not one thing that caused this, right? And also, by the way, a person that goes through, and I say this every single time that there's one of these killers, if you're killing their spouse as well, I don't think that people that are of sound mind do that. This person's probably a nutball. Almost every single time that you have one of these crazy people pop off and do something like this, they are actually fucking nuts. You think? Yeah, I think. Is he a Democrat or a Republican? It seems like he's a Democrat. Every piece of evidence points in that direction other than the fact that he killed Democratic senators. He interned with Tim Walz himself, which, again, is not the fault at all of Tim Walz, right? Okay, I hired this guy to be an intern 15 years ago in 2010. Now I'm automatically guilty because he did something now. That's ridiculous. But at the same time, it is a point of reference to understand what his political affiliations are. 2019, I think that there were two different things. One of them is that I think that 2019 might have been a separate one, but I saw 2010. Maybe it might have been both.
However, as you heard the message the Colonel gave, we've also put that out on State Patrol social media pages. And then I think with that, you will see that there's also a photo that goes along with
they got a picture
of what we found inside the car regarding the No Kings rally. Social media, State Patrol social media pages, and I believe it's also being shared in the Department of Public Safety social media pages. All right, thanks, guys. As I've done before,
Got an update from Circle Pines, Minnesota. Authorities there giving a brief update for journalists, trying to give them the latest information.
We'll see
Sounds
if there's
like
anything
some
new
evidence
now.
may be put out on social media so people are aware of what we're dealing with here. What caught your ear? I heard them mention individuals, plural. What about that?
Yeah, and I heard the same thing. This is a big shift, right? Initially, we heard one shooter on foot, right?
I think that the amount of times that I've watched stories like this develop, where the initial assumption is that there are multiple shooters because they get eyewitness accounts, and most people, it's hard for them to understand whenever there's a bunch of shots that go off. I think this is very common that people, I remember, for example, watching, I remember this fucking crystal clear in my mind, Sandy Hook. I remember watching Sandy Hook at Jeff's house with Jeff and his mom. We had just gotten back from I don't know, we went out to dinner, or no, it was in the morning, right? It was 11. It was over at 11 a.m. We had just had breakfast maybe, and they originally thought that it was two shooters as well. After the kid ran away into the woods. So yeah, the cop of the unicorn. Yeah,
Take
exactly.
care, everyone.
So
Sleep well, buddy.
it's very common
Take care.
that there is an assumption
Remember,
of
don't
two
stream the nude
shooters at the
version
beginning,
on YouTube
and then
or
it turns
Kick.
out to not be the case.
Now individuals, often early information is incorrect in these matters. And so you have to now assume there's one to two or multiple shooters. Again, another level of complexity. Are they together? Are they, again, going back to the Sanarif brothers, those guys were together when on the run. And you have to think about, again, it's always a safety issue. How can we take care of that? And that's why they're probably going to have to put some information out. They likely have some understanding of who these people are or persons are. If the vehicle's registered.
It's really surprising that it's been 12 hours and they haven't caught this person.
Them, right? They may have some sort of identification there, but they're going to try to get photos. They may have, ring
especially
photos
because they're identified.
Because it's
you think about with Luigi, for example, they had almost no identification for him, and they finally got that guy. They got him at a McDonald's, right? So maybe this is what's going to happen with him too, right? He just goes to some place publicly, and then they're like, "Oh wait, isn't that guy?" And the cops get called. But you know, like I would
critical
expect it to
get
be
a photo
faster.
out of this
Is
person
this guy Rambo?
because the
No, I
community
don't
is
think
in
so.
lockdown and safety is paramount. But now 2 or 3 shooters now just ratcheted up
What's the bet there?
level
An illegal
of
alien?
violence that's capable.
0%.
Remember, these guys are
Not an
on
illegal
the
alien.
run, right? They've already committed an assassination. We know they're clearly armed and willing to kill. And they're likely happy to probably shoot it out with however they get caught.
Yeah, of course.
The other problem here, as we were discussing, is the barricaded situation, right? You know, they're going to have to go house to house, not just answer the door. They're going to have to clear each house. Every single inch of that house, of that building, has to be cleared because someone could answer the door and say, oh, he's not here, but he's behind the door, holding a gun to them and say, hey, don't tell him I'm here, right? So
Yeah.
they have to clear each house. And so this is a very long process. One of the other parts about, I was mentioning going to the Boston bombing example, the Snarf brother that was actually captured, he was outside the perimeter. So I'd also tell people, even though you may be outside the perimeter, everybody should have their head on a swivel. The whole community around it needs to be very careful about watching and seeing things. The community is also going to play a big part.
So we had an employee for Tim Walz keying Teslas, and now we had an ex-employee of Tim Walz killing people? He's not a good decision maker. You know, like, I think that we can come to that conclusion at this point. Tim Walz is not a very good decision maker. That's what I would say. He's a knucklehead. Yeah, I'd say he's a bit of a knucklehead.
You know, this is also part of the community reaching out to 911 to make those calls.
Former federal prosecutor Jonathan Fahey, where does your mind go as you hear these latest facts from authorities there in Minnesota?
Well, it is pretty interesting because if it really, and I was, you know, wasn't sure that's what he said until he said it twice about individuals. So this really cuts against the earlier advice that people were given to don't respond to police unless it's 2 of them. Well, if there are now 2 shooters, that certainly cuts against that and puts a greater risk to people when they're interacting with police, which certainly in this neighborhood today, people are going to be interacting with police because they're going to be interviewing people, gathering evidence. So this really makes it even more scary. And this whole situation is a horrible situation because sort of the obvious, you want to be able to trust police, but it does, you have all of these incidents of swatting and all of these things going on now, and it makes those even more dangerous for the people that are the victims of swatting, but also the police that are responding unknowing that they're being called to something that doesn't exist. And when I was a federal prosecutor, I prosecuted a case, I don't want to say similar because there are a lot of differences, but the perpetrators all dressed as police officers to gain entry into the home and killed 3 individuals. So this isn't an unusual tactic.
Jesus.
It is in this case, but in many instances, people will dress up as police maybe to commit robberies and things like that. But it does just, as Ren was saying, just makes it more complex, more dangerous, and we certainly expect these people will be caught, and what's in that manifesto is going to be important as to motivation, but it may not be as important as the immediate need, which is just capturing these people, getting the public safe. But all of these things make you know, it just really puts a whole community on edge and really the whole country on edge with so
I would
much
expect
going on.
that.
And this thing when they talked about they made reference to the No Kings event. Does this mean that they were going to target this event? Does this mean they were associated with the event in some way? We don't really know, and I guess it doesn't really matter.
I mean, like if the guy was working with Democrats in the past, I feel like he probably supported the event. I mean, I feel like there's a pretty clear delineation between that. I mean, that's the assumption. It's obviously you can't be sure, but
what the motivation
that's what I would
is
assume.
Right now, it's just how do we catch these guys and stop the threat?
I want to read to you a tweet from the Minnesota State Patrol. It says, given the targeted shootings of state lawmakers overnight, we are asking the public to not attend today's planned demonstrations across Minnesota out of an abundance of caution. So these are protests by liberals, Democrats, progressives, however you want to label them. And so clearly there may be something in this manifesto that they found that is raising cause for concern. Jonathan?
I think if that's the case, they need to release it and tell people. Because if this person is saying that, like, I feel like they need to tell people that immediately.
Well, and I hope people don't attend just for that reason, because we don't need more violence on top of this. And there'll be, many more opportunities to make the same political point that these protesters want to make.
Yeah.
But it is interesting what is in there.
Why would this Democrat support Democratic events and kill a Democratic lawmaker? Not being a disagreeer, just curious to what the possibilities are. So that's a really great question, and I think you bring up a good point. And the fact that he killed a second person that didn't, the first person, the woman who was actually killed, voted in direct opposition to the rest of the Democrats. She was the only person who didn't vote against something, or she voted for something. And so you could view it as like, oh, okay, you betrayed us, and now we're going to shoot you, right? So that still makes sense. But the difference is that the second person that was shot doesn't have any history of doing that, as far as I know. And also, who else is on the list? Because if you have a whole list of people, 2 points make a line, but, like 20 points or 50 points make a really good line, right? You're going to be able to determine a lot of things. Do you guys see what I'm saying? The manifesto doesn't work yet for their desired narrative. I don't know yet.
And the other thing that they did mention, that I think that the second person on the press conference talked about, they were making appropriate notifications. I assume these were individuals that were maybe listed in the manifesto that may be targeted.
Yeah.
So to make sure, not only make sure they're warned, but maybe make sure they're also safe currently, make sure they've been made contact with, to make, because they could still be trying to target these individuals, or they could be seeking to flee. We don't really know where their heads are at. And what Ren was saying, if they're willing to do this,
they're crazy.
Maybe they're willing to clearly kill
yeah,
for
you
cause.
can never know. It's impossible to
die
know
for cause as well. So these threats on these individuals may not be over right now.
I do think, though, if they're making...
Dude, seriously, who's the Nazis now? You step out of line, a secret officer in uniform gets sent to your house to silence you? Again, these people don't hate the police. They want to be the police. They don't hate power. They want power. They don't hate Nazis. They want to have the power the Nazis had. As soon as you understand that, everything else makes sense. They don't hate the thing itself. They hate their lack of access to it.
The specific request not to participate in these protests today, to me, I think there's probably some articulable, evidence that is part of the scheme here.
That should
Clearly,
be
there's a lot of preparation.
It should
went
say
into
exactly
this, right?
why.
A lot of premeditation went into this. They were very organized.
True.
They took very detailed steps to do what they're doing. And we don't know if it's just this group, right? This could just be one part of a larger cell that's operating. That's where it really becomes quite concerning. And so for them to say no on going forward with the protest, there has to be, especially in Minnesota, there has to be something, I think, quite serious in the public.
No,
really
they didn't say no. They did not
listen to that.
They just said not. They said they recommended people not to go to it. I think if there was something that was as bad as, like, I planted bombs there, or there's going to be more shootings there, or something like that, then I feel like they would have said that already.
Because now
this on the
it's
day of
really
our
getting-
king's
the ratcheting
birthday,
up of violence
yeah.
is
How
really getting to a
disrespectful
whole new level here.
for the
Gentlemen, thanks for
glorious
analysis.
emperor.
Great to have you.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily
So
Campagno.
yeah, I don't know where this is going to go. I'll see if there's any new information about it, and I'll link the video just a little bit. My prediction here: do you think the shooter will affect the reputation of No Kings Roy? I saw you type that a few times. You did spam, but I'm going to let that one go because I did read it. I just wanted to wait until the end of the video to talk about it. So will he affect the reputation of the No Kings rally? Absolutely, he will. This rally and all of this stuff, like 100% people are going to look at these guys and think that they're morons, right? And overall, like, save. No, it's okay. The reputation. Yeah, and also it's just an event, right? So you don't need to go. I don't know if it has like a whole reputation yet. I also don't think that one person is indicative of a movement or anything like that. I think this is obviously not a pope, not a king. What is this? She's mad about an AI photo. Oh my God. Yeah. Respect my existence or expect my resistance. Just vote. Yeah, there sure are a lot of people that are upset about this. Maybe they should have voted.
It's just us in here now. Looks good. I like it.
自由に羽ばたいてこの希望を装填して大丈夫このままさ私の手を取って今日という日を祝って笑って愛して光になるから孤独ならして消えない傷を抱えていても眠れない骨に噛んでいても君に似合う笑顔を探す期待していてよ飛び立つ空に祈り打ち放て目覚めた命今も生きるんだ守れるものはこの瞬間だけ一緒に行こう私を信じて声が聞こえた未来へこのきらめきは誰も消せないよ守れるどうしようあなたならよ楽しいことを選んでいこうやりたいことを全部やろう悩むことは何もないよ惑う暇はない光あれて願う嘘暗闇打ち抜いてアップルパイ片手にねどこまでも行けそうずっと夢から覚めないこのまま気づいて私の翼で壊して描いたそれ飛び立つ空に祈り打ち放て目覚めた命今も生きるんだ守れるものはこの瞬間だけ一緒に行こう私を信じてほら飛び立つ空に祈り打ち放て目覚めた命今も生きるんだ守れるものはこの瞬間だけ一緒に行こう私を信じて声が聞こえた未来へこのきらめきは誰も消さないよ守れるのなら息止めを聞こう祝福をしよう新たな願いをほら自由に羽ばたいてこの希望を装填して大丈夫このままさ私の手を取ってほら 自由に羽ばたいてこの希望を装填して大丈夫このままさ私の手を取って今日という日を祝って笑って愛して光になるから鼓動鳴らして消えない傷を抱えていても眠れない筆に噛んでいても君に似合う笑顔を探す期待していてよ飛び立つ空に祈り打ち放て目覚めた命今も生きるんだ守れるものはこの瞬間だけ一緒に行こう私を信じて声が聞こえた未来へこのきらめきは誰も消せないよ守れるのなら引き金を引こう祝福をしよう新たな願いを楽しいことを選んでいこうやりたいことを全部やろう悩むことは何もないよ惑う暇はない光あれと願うそう暗闇打ち抜いてアップルパイ片手にねどこまでも行けそうずっと夢から覚めないこのまま気づいて私の翼で壊して描いたそれ飛び立つ空に祈り打ち放て目覚めた命今も生きるんだ守れるものはこの瞬間だけ一緒に行こう私を信じてほら
What? Yep. What do you mean? That's not something to ask on stream, bud. That you're still streaming. You really don't want to ask that on a stream. Especially with YouTube guidelines. You're asking my opinion, and that's the problem. Huh?
Bashir Asmulun. Quest. What? ไหน Aztec noodle ไหนไม่ไม่มีเซอร์คอยเหรอวะหินคอยอ่ะมันชอบเอาไอ้พวกเผ่านี้มันชอบเอาหินคอยมาตกแต่งตัว หินคอยคือหินธรรมชาติสีฟ้าไงที่พวกคาวบอยชอบมาใส่อะหินแดงเอามาใส่อะเซอร์คอยอ่ะเห็นเซอร์คอยแป๊บนึงนะคอยมีนี่แต่แป๊บนึงนะเดี๋ยวแชร์ให้ดูเทอร์คอยอ่ะหินเทอร์คอยอ่ะนี่เดี๋ยวแบบนี่หินแดงก็ใช้หินแดงก็มีหินแดงก็มีแอสเทคด้วยแหละแอสเทคก็มีอันนี้มีนั่นไงไอ้ตรงอย่างไอ้ตรงที่ตรงตัวประดับของสร้อยเนี่ยแม่งก็เป็นเซอร์คอยด้วยนี่ไงนี่เข็มขัดก็ใช่ไอ้เหี้ยนั่นน่ะไม่เห็นเหรอนี่ไงแบบนึงแบบแย่นี่ก็ใช่แล้วอีกอย่างหนึ่งหินเทอร์แล้วอีกอย่างหนึ่งหินเทอร์คอยเนี่ยไอ้ที่ขาก็ใช่ด้วยเนี่ยแล้วนี่ก็อยู่ในกระโหลกที่มึงส่งมาให้กูนั่นนะใช่ใช่แล้วไอ้หินเทอร์คอยเนี่ยพอเวลามันบดเนี่ยเอาไปทำสีได้ด้วยฮะเทอร์คอยนะ T U R T U R Q U O I S E เทอร์คอยหินเทอร์คอย sorry อะไรอ่ะเออเอาแล้วมึงไม่ได้วาดชนชั้นสูงไงล่ะใครอะไรมากูเออไอนี่มันแอฟริกาไม่ใช่เหรอกูดูยังไงก็แอฟริกาชัดๆเลยไอ้พวกคือคนที่จะใส่แบบเนี้ยส่วนใหญ่อะจะเป็นแอฟริกาเว้ยที่จะใส่เกาะอกอย่างเงี้ยอเมซอนไม่ใช่อย่างเงี้ยก็ใช่แหละแต่พอเวลากูเห็นเนี่ยมันนึกถึงแอฟริกาหมายถึงชุดนี้เลยชุดที่มึงส่งมาเป็น reference น่ะเห็นแล้วนึกถึงแอฟริกาอ่าก็ทำเป็นอ่านี่เป็นชาแมนไงเออเจาะเจาะหูเจาะปากเจาะอะไรไหมชาแมนไม่อ่ะอืมป่วยเหอะไอ้เหี้ยไอ้สัตว์เวลาสู้กันให้แม่มึงสู้ไอ้เหี้ยกูไม่สู้ไรสัตว์หนีดีกว่าเหี้ยตัวเบลอเลย
So what are you doing, Ver?
I made turquoise disappear he's gone see he's gone ไปดูหนังเดี๋ยวนั่งดูหนังต่อเดี๋ยวกูจะดูเลิฟเดทโรบอทไอ้เหี้ยป่วยเหอะจะไปช่วยเหี้ยอ่าคาถาจักรวาลคาถาเรืองแสงเหรอมึงเป็นคนมึงเป็นคนวาดมึงก็ลงสีไงยินดีด้วยถ้ามึงไม่ทำวันนี้วันอื่นมึงก็ต้องทำอยู่ดีเหี้ยแต่อย่างซื้อเกมอะไรวะเหรอเกมเกมอะไรอะไม่รู้ไม่รู้อ๋อกูก็ไม่รู้เหมือนกันอิน incursion in
เป็นภาษาอังกฤษแปลว่าความประทับใจ
เออเกมเนาะเกม incursion สะกดไงนะ in c อะไรอะ c อ๋อ u กูก็ว่าอยู่กูทำไมไม่เอ็นดีทีกูสะกดผิดตัว u เนี่ยแหละ ฮะ กูสะกดเป็น inception ไอ้สัตว์ ก็ใช่น่ะสิ
Yes.
incursion red river
I don't know what you're asking me. What about the stone?
turquoise it's turquoise is just like a blue stone from the Aztec or the Mayan. Yep.
Yep. Turquoise is more an Indian stone.
Yep. มันรู้จัก
Because I don't think the Aztecs used turquoise. That was more Native American.
โอ้อะไรวะทำไมวะเฮียเผ่าพวกนี้มันใช้ไม่ใช่เหรอ
Oh wait, they did worship turquoise along with jade and other green stones. Yeah. They liked quartz, they liked opal, they liked moonstone, lapis lazuli, beryl, carnelian, and obsidian. Yeah, turquoise. If you like, you can change that to turquoise.
Emerald is more green more than turquoise. Turquoise is blue green. I not believe you. I'm an art student.
Instead of rubies, we can use this.
But it's I'm not actually. It's not different. I graphic designed, but I'm not the artist anymore. I can't call myself the artist because I'm a graphic design. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, it's correct. Advertising design.
All right, these are all Aztec gemstones that match the same colors.
Shit.
Like what? You drew the feathers, not me. I don't know what you're talking about. You drew it.
Big breast.
Oh, they had large feathers mostly for decoration. Let's see. They had large birds in the Americas. They got them from like condors and crap, and the greater rheas. If you want to remove it, you can.
I'm not going to sit here and lie that I don't think the safest thing in the world, put your little boy or daughter.
Good work.
But at the end of the day, I'm your dad. I'm your son. Okay. Hey, Dan. No, no, you. Do it. Sorry, do it like that. I don't know, like, you don't have to have an Asian accent.
You'd be looking for a rhea.
What's going on? What the fuck? And casualty. Everybody stay alert.
That's the condor.
อ่ะอ๋อไม่มีตังค์แล้ววันนี้ไม่ใช่หมายถึงว่ากูกำลังจะบอกว่าเดือนนี้กูไม่มีตังค์ถ้าจะจ่ายก็จ่ายเดือนหน้าได้นะเท่าไหร่อ่ะเดือนหน้าก็ได้อะก็หารเอาแล้วกันแต่ปกติกูจ่าย150อ่ะกูดูแค่ในโทรศัพท์แค่นั้นเองกูไม่ค่อยได้ใช้ Netflix ดูอ่ะเดี๋ยวนี้ไม่ค่อยได้ดูหนังเลยไม่ได้ดูปูนมันไม่มีอะไรให้ดูอ่ะ I'm going to shoot the loud people มีตังค์นี่เหี้ยไอสัตว์ไอเหี้ยครึ่งเดือนไรสัตว์กลางเดือนไม่มีตังค์ละเหี้ยไม่มีตังค์ก็คือกลางเดือนเดือนนี้จ่ายเยอะอยู่กูไม่รู้เหมือนกันหมดไปกับอะไรอะแต่อีก5 เดือนข้างหน้ากูต้องเก็บตังค์จะออกของออกมอไซค์เหี้ย
คนงานกลุ่มนี้ต้องถ่ายวิดีโอไว้
หำมั้งเหี้ย
ได้รับคำร้องเรียน
โว้ยของขลังเนี่ย กระตากกระตาก
Looks good though. To not what? Oh, they killed a lot of people. Yeah, they pretty much had to dismantle their civilization. They were so violent. No. They were sacrificing their children and women on top of altars, their own native ones. They were skinning people and wearing the skin. That's great. You feel like it shouldn't be there? Okay. Huh? What are you asking? Those are Romans. It's the Mayan that made the paved roads. What? I'm not sure. I didn't learn a lot about those. Yep. Her bangs should be going through and over. Okay, that works. Oh, what? Ah. One second, gotta run to the bathroom. I'm back. Huh? Yep. Yep. I do not know. Oh, Apocalypso? Yeah, I've seen that movie. I think so. No, Apocalypto was Mayan. Yeah. Yeah. Huh? All of them did. That's why the Spanish were so horrified. But once again, let's not bring this up in your streams. That's probably going to get you slapped on YouTube. You might not have to do the fur on the sides. In the picture you showed, one of them doesn't have it. The one you posted in Gen Chat. Look at the... Oh, wait, no, you're right. They do have the breeds. Never mind, you're good. Yeah, you're right. Fair enough. Parkinson's? Kurzu. Yeah. Oh, it's Kuru. Sorry, it's Kuru.
Kulo disease. Yep. Yep, it's calling Kulu disease. It's this is from the human.
That could work. Okay. It looks nice. Be right back one sec. Alrighty, I'm back. Sorry. Hey, yep. Nope. That's looking great, buddy. That's looking great. Okay. Yep, go ahead, get food, bud.
Okay. Oxymorons unite.
Yes. It's Oxymorons, the game.
Okay.
You know, so some updates for you.
Okay. Was that the original trailer for Helldivers 2?
That is one of the original. That was the pre-order trailer. So,
just out of curiosity, how successful was it?
This game?
No, the pre-order trailer.
Probably incredibly successful.
Okay.
The game. Well, I mean, actually, no, probably not, because honestly, the game mostly spread through word of mouth and viral clips online.
Okay.
From what I've heard, it kind of just dropped. They were not expecting the player base that it had.
Gotcha.
And it just kind of blew up. But so some updates for you since you played.
Okay.
What was it? So basically Super Earth came under attack since we last played. So like the heart of the map, we actually fought on the homeworld. And it was hilarious. It was stressful as hell, and it was almost 2 solid weeks. I think it was 11 days of a defense operation to protect this one planet in game, and players of all time zones playing around the clock.
Wow.
Defending the planet. Yeah.
Wow.
So, it's kind of a coordinated, it has to be a semi-coordinated effort, but also semi-uncoordinated. I'm not going to get into the inside the game politics of the different factions of Helldivers who are fighting the entire time.
So hang on a second. I have a tech question here.
Yeah.
This is really interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody creates a video game that gets the entire world playing. Okay. In different time zones, different regions, different countries, the whole bit. Is this an online game? Okay. Is the game adjusted for language?
Yeah. Just blowing your mind. Yeah.
With the rolling tech. No, I'm just thinking of the complexity of it. I'm thinking of the complexity of the programming, the complexity of.
This is an old game engine too.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, it's just people far smarter than I to put that together. That's amazing.
Yeah. It was a little laggy on Super Earth too, but we were also blowing a lot of ordnance up. I dropped a lot of 500 kilogram bombs. Basically killed in action.
Oh, darn.
But don't worry. Managed democracy, which is essentially the show.
Democracy is imperiled across the
guy came back.
Attention, citizens. Across the galaxy, the valiant Helldivers have fought to protect our way of life. But I am here with grave tidings. Managed democracy is imperiled like never before. Homes are being ravaged. Families are being abducted. And you could be next.
Yeah, no, I can see that.
That is, unless you direct your undivided attention to the following announcements. And remember, freedom conquers all.
They arrived without warning.
This is when the third faction dropped. So, at a game, basically the Game Awards, which is like trying to be the game's Oscars, he came out on stage, did that speech. This played immediately afterwards.
Okay.
And then these enemies dropped in game that day. Like,
nice.
Laying waste
that's
to
well
our-
done.
All right.
That's well done.
Let me get back to
Kudos to the people who planned that out.
Yeah, this is great. So,
this kid
expecting something. They dropped this. Everyone, it was immediately, the player count went from I think 30,000, maybe 40,000. It shot up over 100K within an hour.
Nice.
Just immediately.
Nice.
All right, third time's a charm. I'm going to play this now.
To our peaceful colonies, crushing all resistance. They stole our citizens' homes and their minds, and something much, much worse, their freedom. But when our citizens are attacked, our greatest heroes arrive to set them free. For we are those who stand in the way of all tyranny, who will give our lives today for a freer tomorrow, who will take back control of freedom. And deliver peace to our homes. We are the Helldivers.
The soundtrack did not match the threat.
No, they never do. They never do. Immediately, so that comes up with bugs, bots, and squids to call their enemies, right?
Right.
Respectfully soiled.
They invaded Super Earth, so
okay.
The illuminate scourge lays waste to hallowed ground. Cities in ruins. Families torn apart. Cities in ruins. Families torn apart. Flags disrespectfully soiled. Millions of votes have already been lost. Could this be the end of managed democracy? Not today. Now is the time for full mobilization. Every defender of peace, rally to arms. We will turn our streets into our battlefield. Our playgrounds into our theater of war. We will form the clenched fist of democracy and show them what true freedom is. Disciplined, armed, and absolute. Join the fight. Super Earth needs you.
Okay, you laugh, but that got everyone to come back.
That was funny. That was funny. So, there's just out of curiosity, because my mind is going at two different levels as I'm looking at this. All of the characters have helmets.
Mm-hmm.
Do any of the cityscapes resemble recognizable landscapes that we would know around the world? Does LA look like LA?
No, not really.
Right,
It's a very because they have to have the stuff be very, very consistent between maps. So because they are procedurally generated, the cities have to kind of. Let me get to the. This shot was dope.
Okay.
That was. That is a dope shot right there.
Yeah, yes, it is.
That is dope.
But when I saw that, I thought to myself, it's funny that the defenders of Earth have to be dropped onto Earth. They're not already down there.
We're called hell divers, Dad. Not hell casually stroll out of your ship into battle. We dive!
Corrected. I got it.
So, no, because the building models, they only have so many to work with. They're procedurally kind of, so they typically. But one fun thing is that in the first couple trailers I showed you, they were all mostly, for the most part, wearing the black and yellow.
Right.
With a couple variations for whatever suits were also available at the time. If you rewatch this entire thing and you pay attention, almost every single Helldiver model, and these are obviously staged for trailer purposes, but almost every single Helldiver model shown is wearing a different set of armor. A really cool way of showing
the variety.
And also some people pointed out when we a couple people pointed out to me, they said, no, it really felt like if you the more you dug into the trailer, that they were
By the way, people say this is a waste of our tax dollars. It absolutely is, and I still think we should do it. I think, dude, whenever they had that, like, whenever, like, North Korea and Russia got together, whenever they had, like, that celebration of winning World War II, that was, like, really, like, I mean, that matters. It does. It matters. It's not a waste. Yeah, morale is valuable. It is. I used to have those as a kid, but they were plastic. So soft power, yeah. How do you think England feels about a protest called No Kings? Like part of America is spitting on them in a sense? Well, I mean, I feel like this whole thing, like, I mean, this is like just another England W or England L, right? Stupid kid. Look at his face. Don't care, yeah. I'm gonna spit on 17 times 5, yeah. Yeah, sorry about the stream dropping. Sometimes that just happens, you know? I'm looking to, I talked to somebody about it last night, and they suggested that I do something different. I have a plan, but that plan requires like 3 hours of time.
Forged in the fires of revolution.
Oh, shit.
Tested on today's front lines of freedom. Before there was a nation, there was the United States Army. From the hallowed ground of Yorktown's first stand to the unwavering readiness at Fort Bragg today, and onward to West Point's next generation of leaders. For 250 years, one force has stood ready, unshaken, unmatched, unbreakable.
It's pretty good, actually,
and
so far.
Today, the legacy rolls on. This is the United States Army's 250th anniversary parade.
Cool.
Representing our joint forces, please welcome the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane.
There he is. Is that Raising Cane? I don't know if it is or not.
Joining us, the Secretary of the Army. Please welcome the Honorable Daniel P. Driscoll.
Damn, they got some young guys in there. Actually, that guy's not super young. He's not like 70, though. That's good.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Secretary of Defense.
Did he just fist
the
bump
Honorable
him?
Pete Hegseth.
Ooh. Big day for him.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the United States, J.D.
shit.
Vance, accompanied by the
shit.
Second Lady of the United States, Usha Vance, and their 3 children.
Man. It is funny to actually see him and not the memes, you know? Sometimes you're almost like, is that really him, though? Number 48 right there. I think a lot of people will vote for J.D. Vance if he runs for president. Marco Rubio? I feel like everybody's pretty happy with all 3 of them. Or at least a lot of people are. It's got to be Donald now, right? Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. On his birthday? No. On his
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President of the United States,
No.
Donald J. Trump, and First Lady Melania Trump.
Oh, boy. Yep. That's the king right there, guys. It's about what I'd expect. Oh, they're firing off those things too. Oh. Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, to honor America, would you please rise for the singing of our national anthem?
Oh boy.
Yes.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming? Whose broad stripes and bright stars
I'd say so far this is pretty good.
perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly
The war is cool. Yeah, this is good.
She does. Well, technically they're the same. Now the Indians were crazy too.
WUSA, yeah, it was actually
Dude,
good, man.
they nailed somebody's
how many people were
entrails
there.
to a pole and made them walk in a circle until they died. Now they just warred among themselves. They committed war crimes among each other, scalping, all that fun stuff. And the gemstones. Yeah, that's fair. It should be under it. You think she looks better with the gold thing around her neck or without it? I am asking you. Okay. You're the most normie Asian I have ever met. Most normie Asian I have ever met. You're a normie. You want people covered up. Yeah, the neck thing looks out of place compared to everything. The neck gold piece. Yeah, remove it. Yeah, remove the neck gold piece. Because you have enough gold in the mantle. The neck piece feels like it disturbs the aesthetic. If that makes any sense. Maybe add something to the mantle to the inside. I kind of like the open mantle thing, but you think maybe a necklace or pendant might be a good idea? Oh yeah, the priest in the front definitely had a necklace. They all had some kind of necklaces. Yeah, now that I think about it, a pendant is where you can add a little bit more blue. Yeah, with a pendant. Yeah, that would work. That adds to the yeah, that adds to the mantle. Yep. Cleavageal, yes. I'd say the knees. No, that would tickle your feet, and you don't want your feathers dirty. They're they're highly religious. Yeah. You Yep. 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 You attack a Spanish person and watch what happens. I like this one. Oh, check your DMs. It All right. As for me, I need to go to bed. I'm working at 12 tonight. 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Yep. Later.